very complex set of data they need.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to Old Buckenham, another day in paradise, although a slightly blustery, slightly damp start to the day here. Quite low cloud as well, which may or may not cause us issues today, particularly with the first item, which is due to be the Falcons. They're busily blowing up noisy helium balloons behind me. You might be able to hear that. Releasing those and watching them go up with their theodolite, I think it's called, just to see what the wind and cloud base is like, I think. Hello, B. So yes, might affect the Falcons, we will see. Judging, I don't know, I don't want to chance my arm and guess whether they're going to be able to drop or not, but we've got our fingers crossed. Got my wet weather gear around the camera causing issues as well. Hello, if you haven't watched Planes TV before, my name's Ian, I run Planes TV. The business has spent 30 years filming aeroplanes up and down the country, over in Europe and America too. And yes, we love what we do, drag ourselves out to air shows as often as we possibly can do. Most of what we do comes out either on YouTube or on our streaming platform at watch.planestv.com, that if you are a regular viewer, you will know all about. And I hope subscribe to. We've got lots of new subscribers thanks to airing the Royal International Air Tattoo 2 weeks ago out on that service. The main flying displays on there. So if you like what you see here today, despite the grey weather, do consider heading over to the main service there at watch.planestv.com, and that's a subscription service but gives you access to our back catalogue of stuff and future shows that go out on it, including the Battle of Britain Air Show at Duxford. Join the chat on YouTube for this stream. It's always a really fun way of getting a chat going between like-minded aviation enthusiasts. Lovely to see Gareth Ross there, and Chris has hopped on to support us as ever. Thank you so much, Chris, keeping an eye on the chat, making sure it's all good. And keep the politics at bay and all that. You know, it's a friendly environment, hopefully, for you guys to chat about what you're seeing today and other airshow tidbits. And Beaver just joined us from Duxford. That was a lovely display yesterday, the STOL formation, so flying with the, let me think about it, the Decathlon, wasn't it? So nice little formation display with the Beaver and Decathlon doing some aeros, and the Beaver flown very nicely by John Romain, giving us some a sense of the short takeoff and landing capabilities of the aircraft. Nice little slow flight past and all of that. I'll run through some of the things that we're expecting today. You may notice over my shoulder a Hurricane with its covers on. I think it's looking like we're probably not going to get the second Hurricane again. I'm not positive about that, I haven't had an update, but yeah, just one aircraft being refueled today. And there's the Beaver taxiing past an aircraft joining us from Duxford, as I say. And I can see the guys from the Turb team wandering over with their limbo and their balloons that they're about to inflate. If you're not familiar with the Turb display team, a really fun display, 4-ship of Turbulent aircraft. It's proper flying, that. I really do enjoy seeing that one. I've got the kids in the audience today, so I've given them a tip off about that one, making sure they've got a good view of the limbo. As I was saying, the chat's a really nice thing to join and enjoy the show. Hello Connor, love to see you, James. And Van, I wonder who that is. And who else did I want to say hello to? Let me look, I saw Phil there, hello. And Monty, hello, good morning Monty, thanks for joining us. And Graham again, saying yesterday's show was fantastic. And we'll drop the level slightly on the commentary because the balance between the aircraft and commentary yesterday was off. And there's a bit of interference as well. We've sort of done our best to track that down today. I'll dart back to the introduction. So I'm Ian, we do have Adam on camera as well, and today I've dragged my brother in, so Jim is downstairs vision mixing today. We should all be on holiday really, and in fact I am on holiday an hour away from here, but when there's an air show an hour away, you sort of have to come and do a few hours of live streaming, don't you? So here I am. But as I say, managed to drag the family along, including Jim, who's helping us with this production. So just a 3-man team. It should be more than that. If we'd had another set of ears yesterday, we'd have maybe tweaked the audio a little bit, but I appreciate it wasn't too bad, but appreciate that might have detracted slightly. Lee saying, afternoon Ian and Adam, add a Jim to that. Hello Lee, thank you. 2 hurricanes, yes we can see hurricanes. Ha. I like that, Michael, very much. Someone spotted the hurricane taxing during the countdown there, and Michael says that's not a hurricane, it's just a bit overcast. That's the sort of humour I can get on board with. Thank you, Michael. Have we got the Catalina displaying today? As far as I know, yes. Chris has uploaded a schedule. Let me have a look at that, see if it's any use to me. Okay, yeah, so that's the one from the website, which, do you know what, let's go with it. I see it's split into 2 images, that's all a bit challenging. Do you know what, I'll go with the image that I have. So I'm told it's a fairly similar running order to yesterday. Haven't got the updated one, but with the Harvard swapping with the Staggerwing. So yesterday we had Harvards towards the end of the day, today we'll have Staggerwing. So yes, Falcons due to kick things off, followed by Sally B. Yak formation, so that's 3 yaks, Yak 18T, my favourite, my pipe dream of an aeroplane, I'd love to own one. And then 2 Yak 52s with him, mixed a bit of a formation display and then solos. The STOL formation I mentioned earlier, and then I think we're getting some Harvards in the air. Rod Dean and Nigel, is it, displaying those. In their Cap 10 as well, so lovely display yesterday from Christoph in some of the brighter conditions of the day. It was I love that aeroplane, I love the way it's flown. You might hear us drop out the public address audio at that point because they were airing some music, so we have to avoid that on YouTube. So if there's a bit of a missing segment of audio, understand that we can't air commercial music on YouTube because YouTube doesn't like it. Spitfire formation, we had a lovely 3-ship of Spitfires yesterday, a nice mix of colour schemes as well, and flown really nicely, developing into a solo and then a 2-ship as well. In fact, we ended up with a grand total of 5 Spitfires in the flying display yesterday, which is, come on, that's no mean feat, that's pretty awesome. So that 3-ship, and later on we have the Bouchon and Spit displaying together. That's Paul Bonham, Steve Jones flying together, 2-ship routine. So it's kind of a dogfight, but they're kind of glued to each other because they, you know, that's the way they're used to flying together, I suppose. And it's a really nice way of displaying those aircraft. So that's the 4th Spit, and then we ended the day as well with the Suffolk Spitfire, one in American markings. Sort of nervously glancing around, the wind is getting up, sort of moving around as well, so yes, you just have to keep an eye on things in these sorts of conditions. It's going to be pretty challenging filming conditions today, to be honest. So lots of Spitfires, as I say, and then we're looking at Turb Team. That camera's wiggling around as well. Woo, wind is getting up. We've got the Turb Team, the Ford Duran, Turbulence, lovely display, equally innovative, the Extra 300 with the model extra, the Storch and Cub in the Berlin sort of scenario, Cub taking on the Storch with a pistol. Catalina's listed here, so's P47 from yesterday, but I haven't heard whether that's airworthy or not, it wasn't yesterday. And Typhoon on the running order as well. Going to look extremely dramatic in these conditions. Forgive me if I switch to slow-mo mode on the camera, I might just have to shoot some high frame rate stuff during that for some, nice bursting condensation on the wings and bright reheats against slightly dark sky. Bit of brightness in the air. And then Lysander in there. And then a real innovation again, the Pipistrel, the electric Pipistrel displaying. So an electric aircraft at an air show, not something we've seen very often at all. I remember seeing the Airfan at Farnborough about 8 years ago. But yeah, very, very rare thing to see. So very excited to see that innovation at an air show. On the running order, as is ordered for yesterday, and I think it's similar today, we then have the Spit and the Bouchon I mentioned earlier, then the Hurricanes, or Hurricane, and then I believe later on, so yes, we'll move the Staggerwing down to this later section And then closing out the day, I believe, will be the Suffolk Spitfire. So a solo Spitfire that was a really excellent Spitfire display yesterday. Loved seeing that one. So stick around that's at about 5 PM. So stick around for that. Yes, we've got some lovely ambience. I'm sure you can hear the music in the background. That's a live performance happening on the stage over there. And lots of people wandering around aeroplanes getting everything ready for the day. So what time is it now? Let me see. As I say, Falcon's due to drop in about 10 minutes actually, so maybe I can stick around for a little longer. As I say, nothing happening yet, so we're not missing anything at the moment. Oh, Monty, bless you. You really don't have to do this all the time, but I'm very grateful. I'll make sure that gets well spent on a McDonald's meal for the lads or something. And Cosmic Dave making a donation as well. Great show yesterday. Looking forward to today's. Thank you, Ian. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cosmic Dave, for tuning in and for that kind super chat donation. You can support us in that way. You can give a super chat in the chat on YouTube. That's a nice way of contributing to the channel. You can join as a member actually on YouTube as well. That gives a monthly amount and encourages me to do a bit more on the free to view system. Or if you really like what we do and you like the sound of tuning into Duxford in September, that will go out on our streaming service at watch.plainstv.com. As I say, 30 years of our back catalogue on there. The most recent stuff from Air Tattoo a couple of weeks ago. Lots of Duxford shows. There's a Flying Legends from 2019. Future shows like the Duxford one as well. So yeah, a nice one to check out anyway. And okay, so let's see what everybody's saying. Yes, thank you, Gary. I hope the weather is good. Me too. He says he's working at the moment, but found time to tune in and drop a chat. Good man. I don't know, James, if the P47 is flying today. We will have commentary through the day from Ken Ellis. I'll be on camera, so leaving him to that, and he'll be able to give you a bit of an update based on the brief that they've just had. Lovely round of applause for Sam. And Departure Lounge saying, good afternoon everyone, long-time viewer of Plains TV, you are. Thank you for tuning in the Departure Lounge live. Rarely comment. Well, thank you for dropping in the comments. It's a nice chance. You know, sell us your wares, Departure Lounge. Are you the chap that was in contact trying to get me to do a call with you at some point on your channel? Sorry, we've never managed to find the time to do that. We're busy folks, as you know. And John Martin saying, thanks for the another airshow stream in, and Adam, much appreciated watching in West Yorkshire. Thank you, John, thanks for tuning in. And James, bless you for dropping a little super chat there. I don't mean little, I mean extravagantly large. Thank you, James. That's very kind of you. Always nice to see you in the chat, and yeah, keep in touch. The aviation guy says, my dad is catering for the VIP tent next to you. Wow, is he the... No, you have to describe him to me. Is he running the show over there? The very short-haired chap. He's been very kind. We've both been nursing the generator into... Not nursing it, but, you know, keeping an eye on the generator together because we're running off the same one. Lovely chap. Your old man, if it's the chap I'm thinking of, the aviation guy. Liam saying, thanks for the quality content, chaps. Always happy to see another wonderful day of flying, watching from Southport. Us too. It really doesn't take much to encourage me to get out and start pointing cameras at aeroplanes. I'd love to do this in a bit more of a produced way. And Tom, I see you in the chat there, and thank you for your email. You'll have got my out of office message to say I'm on holiday. This is what my holidays look like. But your innovative idea there is not something I haven't thought of, and yeah, we should talk about it sometime. Might require a show that has a bit of a budget, but we can talk about it at some point when I'm back in the office. And I've said Liam and your dad, yes, yes, yes. Nice to see Duxford sending a good number of airworthy aircraft to display for the air show. Yeah, we've got half of Duxford here, haven't we? So the Beaver just arrived. I'm sure one of those Harvards is based there. Probably the Yaks too. Oh, a bit of rain now as well. And Adam's just taking his wet weather gear off the camera. I might drag you around here so you get less water on the lens. Not much fun this when it rains. Well, it is, it's still fun, but less fun. Somewhere there. What was that TV show I used to get Was it Challenge Annika, where the guy used to run around wiping his lens all the time, cleaning it off? I feel like him. Liz Whittlesea, thank you so much for your super chat. It's not often we get a lot of super chats. Thank you. It's nice to see people engaged in that way. And yeah, always I'll do my very best at hopping on and giving you a shout out if you've got any. If you're tempted to send us a little super chat. See the rain cover. This is going to be a fun day. The worst of the rain has passed through, so we're hoping it's going to be, you know, at worst bits like this now and then through the day. We've got plenty of oh, this is pretty awful. And who else was on there? I imagine the temperatures today will be more bearable compared to the searing 40-degree heat that we had when we was on. Didn't quite hit 40, but it felt like it at times. On that Monday for departures, especially in the afternoon when we were packing up our live production, 3 or 4 of us there, and yeah, not pleasant at all, but I don't know, I'd probably take that over getting drenched. I'm in full-on waterproofs today. I've got head-to-toe waterproofs, because it's that kind of a day. Watching from Heatherset, just down the A11. I think I've just been to McDonald's at Heatherset, have I? For my breakfast. Nice of you to tune in, Multi-Andrew. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the show. Perhaps you'll hear the Typhoon from home. Currently in Duxford, and Catalina just did a new practice display overhead. Oh, that's a good sign. This is raring to go. And Jack rolls. Hello, Jack. Lovely to see you in the chat again. We are all doing well, thank you. And Gary saying much needed rain. Yes, it is. The grass looking pretty parched here, as it is everywhere. Yeah. Well, it's 20 minutes from Old Buckenham. Didn't know it was on. Would have come. Oh, Scott. Next year. It is a sellout, I believe. So, well, if you're 20 minutes from Old Buck, if it wasn't a sellout, you probably could have got here by the time the flying starts, particularly as, frankly, the Falcons are fairly unlikely. I haven't seen them. Oh no, they're getting out. They're out there with they're setting up the drop zone now. And in fact, that might be a nice cue for me to pipe down if Ken's looking vaguely interested in picking up a microphone. There's a microphone in hand. No, not yet. I'll give it. When he starts up again, we'll unmute him and hand over to the airshow commentator Ken Ellis, who will take you through the day. Yeah, that's about it from the chat. But yeah, really nice to see you all in there. Thank you for tuning in. It's going to be a good 5-hour flying display. Got Typhoon to look forward to in the middle there. As I say, it's a 3-man team, which might sound like a lot, but it really isn't for this kind of thing. And so bear with us a little bit in these conditions. You'll see my slightly janky weatherproofing of my camera sat up there, but if you watched yesterday, we do have 1 extra man, so I'm not vision mixing the show and filming it and keeping Adam informed all at the same time, and selecting replays, etc. through the day. I'm handing off some of that responsibility to Jim downstairs, so who knows, we might be vaguely more refined today. I've also, if anyone's interested, I've also swapped the LUT on this camera, so I might get a bit more contrast in there, because it's definitely looking a bit washed out. It's a new camera that we're gradually trying to make look like, vaguely like one of my ancient JVCs, which is probably not a good way to go, but hey, we can only do what we can do with the resources available. And I saw the departure lounge saying something like understandable. The more popularity you get, the busier you will be. Hopefully one day we will find the time. Hopefully we will, yes. And James saying, the super chat is the least I could do, and I get to sit on my dry sofa at home watching this while you brave the weather. Thank you so much for your efforts. I appreciate it. It looks challenging. Oh, well, I'm supposed to be making this look easy, aren't I? Right, I'll do better. It's not too bad now, you know. It's just we keep looking that way into the sort of darker area of sky, which we know is coming our way. It's not. It was a bit threatening. There is a bit of blue over there, but that is the wrong way. That's where my holiday is. Right over there. Someone sat on the beach wondering what on earth I'm doing over here. Gotta enjoy the British weather, says Jack. You do. You do. And Oliver is threatening rain at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah, I've seen risks of showers this afternoon. They are small showers that will pass through, so it's the fun sort of thing. What it will do is give us some really interesting conditions for Typhoon, so I've been bigging that up, as long as the cloud base will allow for some form of display, and I think it will. I think it could be quite dramatic. I've just got to do a half decent job of following it around the sky, which I didn't do a terribly good job of yesterday. Although no one called me out on it. Might drive and park near so I can see some flying. Could do, but yeah, it's always a risk with air shows. Secondary crowds are now quite a big issue for air shows, so people gathering around the event site could cause the flying display to stop. So generally it's not a good idea to turn up in a field near an air show and hope to see the show, because you might stop the air show, which would be a bit of a sad thing. And obviously the safety being a number one priority for any aviation event, and the flying display is positioned in such a way to make the audience in a safe place. So if you're an audience in another place, you might not be very safe. So yeah, not generally something I'd recommend. Okay, I can see the Falcons commentator's been dragged over to the commentary booth. Gaz Attridge, lovely to see him on the airshow circuit again. And yeah, gonna grab a microphone. So I'm gonna shut up for a while and try and make filming airplanes look vaguely easy, so that who was it saying that it looks challenging? James. I'm going to make the rest of the day look super simple. I'm going to try. So thank you for joining us. Do join the chat. It's a fun way of enjoying the day. And I hope you get to enjoy a flying display. There may be some gaps, and I may or may not fill them. With Jim downstairs, I do have a bit more flexibility, so I might hop on the chat and try and sell my wares and try and keep you updated as well. Right, thanks for tuning in everybody. Hope you enjoy the flying display. Talk to you in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to kick off. It is my honour to introduce to you the Royal Air Force Falcons parachute display team, and I hand you over to Master Aircrewman Gaz Attridge, who will talk you through this amazing opening display for our 10th anniversary air show. Gaz, it's all yours.
Thank you, Ken. Good afternoon, everybody, and as Ken said, my name is Master Aircrew Gaz Attridge, and I am the commentator for the Royal Air Force Falcons parachute display team. And it's my job today to get your eyes in the direction of the display so that you don't miss anything of the fantastic parachute display team that you're going to see today. We are having a few issues with the weather with regards to wind. As you can imagine, parachuting is a very technical skill, and we are subject to wind conditions and the rain. However, you've seen earlier that we've been putting up lots of balloons, and we've been doing lots of checks on the wind speed and the cloud base. As it stands at the moment, the team is airborne and on its way here to do their drop. So I will keep you updated throughout as to what's happening. I am in communication with the team on the radio, so they'll be able to give me a live update all the way through in our build-up. What you may be able to see, those of you down towards the front along the crowd line, is down behind the two Hurricanes where I'm standing at the moment is my drop zone team, or the DZ safety team, and that consists today of the drop zone safety officer, which is Flight Lieutenant Mike Reeves, or Reevesy. Give them a wave. There he is. And he's ably assisted today by the two survival equipment technicians who look after all the equipment and the parachutes. And today he has two of our finest safety equipment fitters with him, and that's Corporal Gav Wright, and Corporal Dan Edwards. Okay, so there are our boys out on the ground, and what they've been doing is looking out onto the drop zone to make sure it's safe for our parachutists to land today. And what they've done is they've laid out 2 crosses on the ground, a green cross and a yellow cross. And what that is a target for the parachutists from the air when they're coming down, and they will aim to land line abreast across the crosses, and that is a calculated point to make sure that they can land safely within our target zone. And for our 2022 display this year, our team coach is Flight Sergeant James Bruce, or Brucey as we call him. He's been with the team for quite some time now. It's his 3rd tour, and he's now airborne at the moment, giving his last instructions to the parachutists on board the aircraft before they begin their display.
Falcon DZ, this is Falcon Shepherd, radio check.
Okay, in the background you might be able to pick up the radio. That's the communications coming from the aircraft. When they do jump, or if they do jump, hopefully they will, I'll put the radio on live so you can hear exactly what the team are talking to each other when they're in the air. And as you have a good hearing, we'll probably be able to hear the above the drop ship, which today is a Dornier 228. That's flown by our friends from Summit Air, who provide all of our flying throughout the season. Dornier is for those that are unaware, is a high-wing twin turboprop aircraft, which the team will jump from the side door. So they've just gone overhead, and you probably noticed you couldn't see the aircraft, so that'll give you an indication of how low the cloud is at the moment. So what they will do is go round again and have a look to see if they can find a gap in the cloud to drop today. So as the aircraft goes round, then, as I said, the team on board are going through their last minute preparations. They'll be at the required altitude, and they'll be conducting checks on each other. So basically they've got a lot of equipment to check. So they check their parachutes, they check all the safety ties, all the zips, everything all correctly and attached to their harnesses. They have helmets, goggles, smoke canisters, gloves, and most of them carry photographic or GoPros on their helmets as well to film the display. So there's a lot to go through before they jump. Also, we have on the team a mixture of experience. We have some veterans on here who've jumped many, many times throughout the Falcons displays, and we've got some new members to the display this year. So despite their levels of experience, they all go through exactly the same process, and all of them, and they've all assured me, they still go through the same feeling for every single jump. The adrenaline will be pumping, they'll be getting themselves psyched up, ready for their display. So already for 2022 we've carried out quite a lot of displays up and down the country. Some of you may have been at the Norfolk show recently and hopefully seen our displays there. Today we'll be doing, if the wind and the rain permits, we'll be doing a low show. So this will be the team jumping out of the aircraft at the minimum altitude, and they will go instantly, as they go out the aircraft, they'll pull their parachutes and go under the canopy to begin the formations for the display. Sometimes we can do displays up to 7,000 feet, and if anybody was here yesterday, that was an example of one of our high displays, but it shows the versatility and the adaptability of the team to work from different heights. So the drop zone safety officers just give me indication that there's 2 minutes to the live drop. They've been cleared live drop, so the aircraft is going round. It will find a gap, hopefully, and I'll try and get your eyes in the right position so you can see where they're jumping from. We do give a good clue indication when the guys jump out, they will have smoke attached to their legs. So look for the orange-red smoke, and that will give you a clue that they're on their way down. All of our parachutists are current serving members of the Royal Air Force, and by trade they are they are physical training instructors who then go on to specialise as parachute jump instructors, apart from the officer commanding and the drop zone safety officer, who are parachute jump officers. The rest are all NCOs, or non-commissioned officers. Although they do a display season throughout the year at many locations, they do have other roles as well, and their roles are to teach parachuting to all of the British forces, so that's across the Army, the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force. And that's everything from basic parachuting skills right the way up to special forces insertion techniques such as high altitude, low opening. So the aircraft is on its way now to do its run-in, and it will be coming in from the, as you look at the airfield, to the right-hand side, up to the far end. You may hear it before you see it, but keep your eyes to the sky, and the parachutists, if they do release, will jump out over towards the left-hand side of the airfield to come down towards the drop zone. Whilst we're waiting, everybody, I'd like to just make sure we make plenty of noise down here. I would always like to do a little bit of a sound check to see what the audience likes. So what I'd like to do is a massive cheer and a round of applause so we can practice for when the guys come down. 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, yeah, that was pretty good, but I'm sure we can do better when they come down. Music not working? It.
1 minute.
Oh, that's fine, you can start it. Okay, if you look up immediately above where I'm standing, or down by the Hurricanes, you can just about see the Dornier at about 2,500 feet. The smoke is lit on the drop zone, so this is a clear live drop. So ladies and gentlemen, look towards the skies. So that's 30 seconds to the drop. Keep your eyes to the skies, and they'll be on their way. So Brucey's given his last instructions. The first man is in the door, prepping the smoke. Very shortly, hopefully you'll see the smoke. And today you're expected to see 7 canopies. And ladies and gentlemen, there they go, the RF Falcons. So immediately they go into their formation to chase each other round to get set up for their approach into the saber chase. So the team are talking to each other at the moment, and the team coach is giving instructions all the time. They're on headsets. I'll try and put you on the radio and see if you can hear what they're saying to each other.
Centre's winds 15 to 18 knots from the west. Don't go any longer than the slope.
So constant updates being given from the ground from the drop zone safety officer, and now the team's calling them into the carousel. This is a really technical manoeuvre for parachutists to make. So as they come round, they come out the carousel and they go into the snake, and they're following each other down. You will notice one parachutist who's on their own off to the left-hand side. That's Corporal Joe Finch, and he is flying the Union flag. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a huge cheer as they come down. They can hear you. They love to hear a good cheer from the crowd. So they will perform what we call a duck's landing. That's where they'll all land parallel to each other, hopefully arriving at the ground roughly the same time. So as they come down then, Falcon 1, Flight Sergeant James Bruce. Falcon 2, Sergeant Gaz Nicholson. Falcon 3, Flight Lieutenant Stu Philpott. Falcon 4, Sergeant Sean McCabe. Falcon 5, Sergeant Bobby Neri. Falcon 6, Sergeant Doug McCall. And last but not least, flying the red, white and blue of the Union flag is Corporal Joe Finch. As I'm sure you appreciate, ladies and gentlemen, extremely tricky conditions today for that jump, and the lads have done an absolute blinding job getting themselves down nice and safely and giving you an idea of what it's like to parachute. So everybody's down nice and safe on the ground. Now what we're going to do now is to finish the display. They'll very quickly stow their parachutes, take off their safety equipment, and the drop zone safety officer will call them over and they will do the famous Falcons lineup. It does take them a little while to get their equipment off, but they have to make sure that it's all stowed and safe. They'll put on their RAF berets, and all being physical training instructors, they're all very fit lads, and they will run as fast as they can, a little bit of competition, over towards the drop zone safety officer who is at the front and centre. They're all running in now towards each other. All that equipment is quite heavy, ladies and gentlemen, so it will take them a bit of time, but as I said, they're all PTIs, they're all fit lads. They'll take it in their stride. Okay, so they've now been called in by the DZSO, Flight Lieutenant Mike Reeves, and here they come. And they will now take their position behind the drop zone safety officer, and taking the salute today is Flight Lieutenant Paul Sully of 1986 Wyndham Squadron Air Cadets, alongside our very own Matt Wilkins, who is the event organiser at Old Buckenham, who is also chairman of the British Airshow Displayed Association. So the team have been formally thanked and dismissed. So once again, everybody, please put your hands together for the absolutely fantastic 2022 Royal Air Force Falcons Parachute Display Team. And that just leaves me, before I hand over, to make sure that I just say a personal thank you, and do please come and meet the Falcons if you can while we're packing away. Also, if you took any photographs or video today, we'd love you to share them with us on our social media channels. So we've got all the normal channels: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Just look up at RAF Falcons, all one word, or hashtag RAF Falcons. Other than that, I'd just like to say thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and have a wonderful day. Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. And also, Master Air Crewman Gaz Attridge. Gaz, you got the job. I'm walking out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've taken the colour party, and we are now ready for a ceremony. And we would like you now, in this Platinum Jubilee year, for you to stand as we salute our glorious Queen Elizabeth II, raising the flags. Fiona is going to sing the national anthem. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as Sally B orbits to the west, we would like you to remain standing as we now raise the colours. I'd like to thank Corporal John Ozata, Flight Sergeant Arons Parish, for raising the flags and presenting the flag. Cadet Warrant Officer Zoe Webb, the best cadet across the entire UK and holder of the Dacre Sword. Her escorts are Cadet Haruja Nakanyara and Ben Skidmore. Taking the salute is Flight Lieutenant Paul Sully. He is the officer commanding 1986 Cadet Squadron Wyndham, and they are the people around you today, and also our event organizer Matt Wilkins. And now, as this is an American base, and Americans gave their lives here beginning 80 years ago, we would like to acknowledge that sacrifice here at Old Buckenham. 392 men made the ultimate sacrifice flying B-24 bombers from here. They were Americans, and we ask you to remain standing as we honor those wonderful people with the raising of the Star-Spangled Banner. Fiona. Thank you for that, ladies and gentlemen. You may now regain your seats. We appreciate that most sincerely, and we need another round of applause for Fiona Harbour. Thank you, Fiona. Nothing to do with your singing, but not a dry eye in the house. Sally B, the iconic B-17 Flying Fortress, is circling to the west and will be here shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The iconic, the historic Boeing B-17G Flying Fortress Sally B. Let's have an Old Buckenham wave. Now I'm joined here by Peter Kuipers, who's captain on the B-17, and we hasten to add it's not in unmanned aerial vehicle form today, is it?
No, it's not. Today we got John Corley as the handling pilot and freeing me up to be here on the ground during this beautiful, wonderful air show.
Now then, it's a privilege to fly such a remarkable aeroplane. What is it like to fly a World War II tail dragger bomber?
One word, special. This is a machine that was designed to fly to Germany and other targets in the east. Fly high, big formations between 1942 and 45. At the moment it's flying here, flown by John, low level, and instead of flying straight to the east, he's making turns to stay in front of the public as much as possible. So a completely different ball game, but we remember the people that flew it so long ago.
Your base is Duxford, so flying time from Duxford, B-17 wise?
Flying time Duxford to here was 18 minutes with the wind and probably 22 minutes going back.
And here she comes round again. Sally B is a flying memorial to the staggering 79,000 US airmen who gave their lives during World War II. And we also use her here today as a salute to Old Buckingham's 453rd Bomb Group. Keeping this aeroplane in the air, immaculate, beautiful she looks, is a struggle.
It is a struggle. You know, just some numbers, filling up the fuel tanks alone will set you back 20,000 pounds and only let you fly for 9 hours. And then we haven't even spoken about engines and stuff like that. But it has to be kept flying, and it is kept flying by Ellie Sellingbow, our inspirational team leader.
And do you think we could persuade her to come and talk to us?
Let's try.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce to you Ellie Sellingbow. I introduced her yesterday as the fifth engine to the B-17's fourth. Please, Ellie, I know that it's an emotional day. Can you turn and let these people see a lady who's kept this aeroplane going along with her team? Put your hands together, everybody. It's a rarity. It's not often we do this. We mostly have to threaten her with a Kalashnikov to get out this far. Ellie, thank you.
You don't want to say anything?
No, I would love you to say things. Now, we were just talking about... Keep talking to Peter. All right, let's go back to topping up this aeroplane, £20,000 to fill the tanks.
It is, and there she comes from the right, doing a top fuel pass, showing the top side of the aircraft. It burns about 800-900 liters of precious aviation fuel each hour. So I won't tell you what the total cost is, but it's enormous.
Now then, Matt Wilkins, our wonderful event organizer here, calls Sally B the longest running miracle in aviation heritage has ever known. Now, your supporters club is vital to the operation of this aeroplane.
It is, and if anyone wants to help, just go on our website, just Google Sally B and you'll find it straight away. And there's lots of information there.
Now, no government funding, no lottery. Almost just like in wartime conditions, this aeroplane flies against the odds.
It does, but it's kept flying. It's been in the UK now for 47 years, and we hope to get a few more years out of it. Let's go for 50.
Here she comes. Beautiful topside.
You know, just a little bit tidbit of information. You know why it's so silent? It's got 4 huge engines, 1200 horsepower each, and it still doesn't make a lot of noise. It's because all the exhaust gases go through turbos, and that's made to enable the aircraft to fly high, which was its wartime mission. And the turbos at the moment dampen out the noise a little bit. So that's a tidbit of information why it's so silent.
Peter, I've in all my time never known that, so thank you very much. As they would say, you know, there's not a lot of people know that, but thanks to you, there's a lot more people know it. Now, Ellie was in some time back awarded the BEM. She's our guest of honour, And as you walk around the site, you will find Sallingbow Avenue, which is our tribute here at Old Buckenham Tour. Old Buckenham, as I said, flew B-24 Liberators during the war, but B-17s elsewhere in Britain, all forming up to take the fight in daytime back into Europe to defeat tyranny in World War II. And this aeroplane, of course, became a survey aircraft post-war and then was brought to the UK in 1975 by Ted White, whose vision it was to bring her an operator in the United Kingdom. 453rd Bomb Group here, as I said, operated B-24s. There's some Boeing crews in the day actually said that the B-17 was a beautiful aeroplane and the box-like B-24 was actually the crate that the B-17s were freighted across the Atlantic in. Which is very, very unfair. Bomb doors are open. You can see the turrets across the aeroplane that gave it its name, the Flying Fortress. Now Sally B takes the turn. She'll be coming around for her final pass, and we'd like you all, your hard-working audience here, to wave or clap and recognize what this aeroplane stands for and the people that continue to make it fly. And as its captain Peter Kuipers has just said, this aeroplane is heading towards its 50th anniversary of operations in the UK. Ladies and gentlemen, Sally B. A pair of Harvards taking off. A beautiful rasp of their propeller. getting ready for their display shortly. And a little casual reminder to Fiona. Where are you? And our yak formation team. The Flying Comrades, you'll be seeing them later. Fiona Harbour, brilliant. Singing this morning brought everybody. It was such a passionate, such an intimate moment. Thank you so much. And in front of everybody, and with fairly fraught timings, that you just sailed through it. Now, we can hear more of your dulcet tones later on.
Yes, you can. I'll be singing at the blister hangar, which is next to the bar, as people leave this evening. So it'd be lovely to see you all as you leave today.
So you'll be serenading us at the end of the display. We thank you once again. That was an incredible start to an incredible show. Fiona Harbour, our many thanks.
Thank you very much. It was an honour. Thank you.
Now there will be moments throughout the show where we have aeroplanes taking off, not entering straight into a display, as they gather at various holding points to the east and the west, ready for their entry to display. Now then, if you wish to command a B-17 during World War II, one of the routes that you would do that is via the two aeroplanes that we're about to see, which are known worldwide as the Pilot Maker. And in the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, you would call them a Harvard. The United States Army Air Force would call it the T-6 Texan. And for reasons best known to themselves, the United States Navy would call them an SNJ. ladies and gentlemen, running in from your left, also the east, the Pilot Makers. Now, the cloud-based being as it is, Rod Dean in the lead has announced that our show today is a flat show. That doesn't mean it's not inspiring and exciting, it just means that there's not a lot of height available. Now, as they turn right, the lead pilot in this, most of us here on the ground regard him as the patron saint of pilots. It's Rod Dean. And he's been looking into his logbooks, his Royal Air Force logbooks in this case. And in May 1972, whilst flying a Mark 6 Hunter, he carried out his first air display over Warwick School. By my maths, that means that this year is his 50th anniversary of flying air displays. Rod, happy birthday. And so, as they tail chase around, Rod leading Nigel Wilson. Rod is 21 years in the Royal Air Force, flying Hawker Hunters, Seppicat Jaguars, and then Hawker Siddeley Hawks. Since 1984, he has been a warbird pilot par excellence, and also had a stint as Civil Aviation Authority Head of General Aviation. If you can get hold of his book, 50 Years of Flying Fun, I thoroughly recommend it to you. Now, Debs, you're joining me here at commentary. Who's following him up?
Well, the guy playing Follow My Leader is Nigel Wilson. He's a local lad, learnt to fly in Ipswich back in 1985. Why did he get into flying? He didn't know what to get his dad for a Father's Day present, so he bought him a trial lesson. When his dad came down with such a big grin on his face, he thought, I'm having some of this, and the rest is history. Nigel first got his DA back in the late 80s, again down at Ipswich with the original Red Sparrows. They were a formation team of Cessna 150s, and they used to fly the air flares down there. So that's how he started into air displays. You might know him from flying the Yak 52, and since 2019, he's been flying the lovely Harvard that we see here today. Now, just to confuse you all on the ground, Ken did tell us that these aircraft are called Harvards, they're called SNJs, they're called T6s. Now, the Harvard that you see Nigel flying is painted in navy colours, but it is actually a Harvard. It was built in 1942 and it flew for the RAF. It's a Harvard 2A. It's the only 2A in the UK, and it's also the oldest Harvard in the UK still flying. This aircraft is based down at Earlscombe in Essex. It's part of the Anglia Warbird fleet. And if you enjoy it so much and you fancy a go in it, you can actually go for a fly in this one. You can go for a short sortie, or if you really feel like it, it will go down to the White Cliffs for you, and Nigel would be your pilot.
Thanks, Debs. They're enjoying their tail chase here. Over 17,000 T6s, Harvards, SNJs, call them what you will, were manufactured. And there was so good that the only replacement for a Harvard was another one, and they remanufactured a whole batch in the 50s. Now Rod's aeroplane, the one in the lead, the silver with the yellow markings on the wings, that's one of these remanufactured ones. It was rebuilt by Canadian Cart and Foundry in 1953 at Montreal. Joined the Luftwaffe, the newly reborn Luftwaffe in 1958, and then moved on to the Portuguese Air Force, and it is those colours that it wears today. Now they're coming through for a last pass, but we can explain a little bit because we're going to see a lot of formation work today. What's the skills involved?
The skill involved in formation flying is to go against your instinct, which as a pilot is to keep well away from other aircraft. As a formation pilot, you want to get as close as you can because that makes formation easier. Now, Rod's our leader up there, and he's got to think not just of himself, but of his wingman as well. He needs to think he's twice as wide or twice as long as normal and take account of that during his flying to make sure that both aircraft keep within their display lines. Nigel, following behind as the wingman, has one job to do, and that is to follow his leader. He's not interested in where the display lines are and what's going on. He needs to trust completely his leader and follow and does what his leader does. And that's what the two guys are showing us here today.
Thanks, Debs. That's our pilot makers. Gear going down, downwind, ready to come back on. Now, you may have noticed, I hope, at the memorial that we have here on the airfield, where we had that very moving opening ceremony earlier, there is a third flag as well as the Stars and Stripes and the Union flag. There is the flag of our comrades in the Ukraine. You're about to see Soviet-era Yakovlev trainers, and they are flying in tribute today to the people and the armed forces of the Ukraine. That Ukrainian flag will continue to fly at this airfield until Russia surrenders and leaves. So if you're listening today, Mr. Putin, it is not a special operation, it's a war, and it's going to stop. I know throughout the day, and the economy being the way it is, there's a lot of demands on your cash, but if you wish to, we would remind you of the Disaster Emergencies Committee's text that you can donate on 70150 to help Ukraine. Behind us, the Flying Comrades. And these are a fine example of what lockdown can do. Set of friends, all with Yakovlev aeroplanes, determined to start a flying display, a routine. And they've been practicing. Their debut show was yesterday here, and they're shortly to enter the arena. Almost as seasoned airshow performers. Nigel Wilson down in the Navy configured Harvard 2A. Ladies and gentlemen, from the west, at your left, the Flying Comrades. Piling on the smoke, you do that by pumping oil into the hot exhaust gases of the piston engines. Now, you may have noticed that the first aeroplane is, shall we say, a little bulkier than the other two. The two wingmen are Yak 52s, but the one in front is a Yak 18T, and that's the team's leader and organizer, Phil Hardesty. The Yak 18T is a 4-seat taxi cum tourer, developed by the Yakolev Design Bureau. And it has perhaps the unique quality, not only having 4 seats, but it's aerobatic. So, coming through, the Flying Comrades. Now, I have a message here from leader Phil Hardesty, which he tells me, despite the fact that he's flying this aeroplane, is being delivered from the kneeling position. He's dedicating this performance to his fabulous wife, Kida Hardesty. Kida, this is for you. The Yak-52s on either wing of Phil's have been in production in Romania by a company called Aerostar, built about 1,500 of them in the late 70s through to late 1998, but the appeal of the aeroplane is such that it's recently re-entered production. And here comes the break. And coming through from your left in the Yak-52, Tom Turner. Tom's the flying display director at Duxford. He's been performing for 3 years. And coming in the opposite direction, Alex Luton in Juliet Bravo, which you've seen Nigel Wilson fly many a time here at Old Buckenham. And as we get ready for another opposition maneuver, Alex is a commercial pilot, also runs a Yak Owners Group. He got his display authorization approved by none other than Brendan O'Brien. Our team leader Phil had 4 years of display flying, and he's been flying since tells me since the age of 10. I can only assume at that point he was using several cushions to get to the controls. He also is a commercial pilot. Now, the weather conditions being as they are is a very good moment for us to explain to you just how hard our pilots are working for you today. They're having to factor in the wind, and also, as you can see before you, the ever-changing visibility around the airfield. At places we've got 1,500 feet, but there can be moments where that drops. Now this team continues to be very polite. We have another mention to be made. Alex Luton's dad owns 2 of the aeroplanes that you see in front of you, and he and all of the team would like to thank and praise the generosity and sheer patience of Nigel Luton for helping achieve the Flying Comrades as you see them before you today. Yak-52s were employed by the Ukrainian armed forces, so they're highly appropriate, used throughout the Soviet bloc. The Yak-18T, the Ataxi, that's a totally Russian-built aeroplane. And I have a bet on, well, a wager with Phil Hardesty relating to the Yak-18T. There is another Yak-18, which is a 2-seat trainer and very different aeroplane, and he says it is a classic example of how odd Soviet nomenclature can be. And for saying the word nomenclature, I'm assured a pint. So the Flying Comrades are formed up. Phil Hardesty, Alex Luton, Tom Turner. And they're coming round. Another photo opportunity ready for you. Cameras ready. On with the smoke. There's the brake. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the flying comrades, our salute to the people of Ukraine. Starting up in front of us is one of two very distinctive aeroplanes which is taking part in our next slot, which we're calling the STOL formation. STOL. Aviation is full of abbreviations. Stands for short takeoff and landing. You saw him arrive earlier. This is John Romain of the Aircraft Restoration Company in the de Havilland DHC-2 Beaver. I'm sure he won't mind me calling this aeroplane a flying Ford Transit. A very, very capable multitasker. Climbing away in front of us is Christophe Simon, who's going to be enthralling us with his aerobatics a little later. He's clearing to hold in the east. So, throttle forward, brakes off, John Romain and the Beaver, and let's see how it lives up to its short takeoff characteristic. And there you go. I wasn't being unkind earlier when I referred to it as a flying Ford Transit. As the Super Decathlon follows it, the Beaver was designed to fly in the outback, in the wildernesses of Canada, Australia, you name it, to be very easy to maintain and capable of hauling a lot of freight and up to 8 passengers, providing they all knew each other very intimately. The Beaver was available on skis or floats. Indeed, to follow a theme that you will see later on, at the moment in Vancouver Harbour there is a Beaver of Harbour Air flying to and from Vancouver Island on an electric engine, an electric powered Beaver. The prototype Beaver was built in 1947, and a grand total of 1,691 were built up to 1967, and they are highly, highly sought after, the survivors. Ladies and gentlemen, from the east, John Romain, the de Havilland Canada Beaver, and Tony Richards in the champion Super Decathlon. So our power break up. That's I was going to say a unique formation, but of course it was here yesterday, so it's no longer covered in uniqueness. Now John Romain runs the aircraft restoration company at Duxford, and this machine is a classic example of the workmanship that they can put in. With that, be it a Beaver, Spitfire, or working on the Battle of Britain Memorial Flights Lancaster, his team of specialists will rise to the challenge on all of them. John's flying logbook must be a wonder to behold, the number of types and the number of first flights he's conducted of restorations of wonderful aeroplanes. This Beaver was built in 1960 for the British Army Air Corps, and it eventually retired from frontline service in surveillance work in Northern Ireland to join the Army Historic Aircraft Flight. They came to Duxford in 1998, and the Aircraft Restoration Company occasionally, as in wonderful moments like this, display the aeroplane, but otherwise it's their bus, their way of moving their crews and around. Now, for short takeoff and landing, you need to be able to have very precise, slow speed flying characteristics, as John is showing now. And John Romain coming through for his final pass. Spirited display from a fabulous aeroplane and a great pilot. And from your right, Tony Richards. In another iconic high-winged light aircraft, the champion Super Decathlon. Tony works for his company is Aerial Advantage. He's UK agents on this aeroplane, so if you fancy what you're seeing, he's the man to talk to. Now, this machine has its origins with the Aronca company in 1944, and it's been refined and tweaked all along the way. And the champion company developed the Decathlon and the fully aerobatic Citabria. Still in production. Now keep your eye on the top wing as Tony loops the aeroplane for you. I get my pronunciation right. You will see the logo muck off, because this company takes the muck off motorbikes and vehicles. They're specialists at it, and they're extending their work into aircraft. Now, they've got a prize going for the best selfie with this aeroplane during this display. So get your smartphones ready and see if you can get a selfie of you with a decathlon in the background. If you do, you will find the details of the competition on Facebook and Instagram. And I will continue to be the Philistine and say I have no idea what those things are. So, get your cameras ready. This selfie can win you prizes. Tony would also like to thank Trig Avionics for their support of this wonderful aeroplane. They produce future-proof avionics for light aircraft, including transponders. And like him, Trig are passionate about aviation. So, coming back round, get those cameras ready. It is your last time. Tony Richards and the champion Super Decathlon. Ladies and gentlemen, our next pilot's Christophe Simon, and he calls himself an aircraft mad Frenchman, which is, I think, an apt description. He's also a fabulous pilot and a wonderful gentleman. He wanted to join the French military, become a fighter pilot, but 10 years of poor eyesight prevented him from getting that ambition. He got his private pilot's license at 35, and he said, so much of my time had been wasted. He's made up for it since. He's a member of the Tiger Club, and you'll be seeing more of them later on. And he took part in the National Aerobatic Championships in 2019 in this Mudre Cap 10 Aerobatic two-seater. Of the Tiger Club's fleet, he most loves the de Havilland Tiger Moth, but he also has been known to indulge in paragliding. He's a sales director in the aerospace industry. He made his Old Buckenham debut last year with enchanting aerobatics. And here he comes from the east, Christophe Simon in the Cap 10. And he's Ladies and gentlemen, the show is renowned for bringing you a Spitfire. Oh, we're doing better than that. Rolling in from the east, a Mark 1, a Mark 9, and a Mark 11. Ladies and gentlemen, the Spitfire Trio. So we're going to get several run-bys in the threesome, and then they'll split up and display as singletons. Reginald Joseph Mitchell, the designer of the Spitfire, got to only see one example of his masterpiece. The prototype that first flew in March 1936. He died of leukemia before the first deliveries were made to the Royal Air Force in May 1938. The Spitfire went on to become the icon of the Royal Air Force fighters of World War II. And German fighter pilots insisted that if they were downed, it must have been by a Spitfire. And we break. And Stuart Goldspink in the Mark 1 takes the arena. This machine first flew on the 29th of November 1939 at Eastleigh and was delivered to 19 Squadron at Duxford on the 19th of April 1940. Piloted by 19 Squadron CO Geoffrey Stevenson, this aeroplane took part in Operation Dynamo, the evacuation of the British Expeditionary Force from Dunkirk in May 1940. Now you may notice that the aeroplane carries the two letters QV on its fuselage side. That's the letter identifier for 19 Squadron, but normally, as many of you know, there would be an individual letter as well. Speed was of such an essence in those days that the ground crew had failed to paint on the individual code. On this aircraft's one and only operation, Stevenson succeeded in shooting down a Junkers 87 Stuka, but then he himself was shot down and crash landed on the beach at Sangatte near Calais. Squadron lost 5 pilots that day. Stevenson, thankfully, was captured, became a prisoner of war, including time at the famous Colditz Castle. The remains of this aeroplane were salvaged from the sands at Sangatte in 1986, and what parts could be reused were incorporated in this exceptional restoration carried out by Historic Flying Limited at Duxford. It was first flown in 2014 and donated by its owner to the Imperial War Museum. Who continue to fly the aeroplane because of its astounding heritage. So, the Mark 9 and the Mark 11 from the west. The Mark 9 is the very well-known MH434 that has attended every Old Buckenham show. It's our 10th anniversary year. Piloted by Brian Smith. The Mark 11, as you could clearly see then, carries under its wings the lettering "Thanks NHS," and that was used for a countrywide tour piloted by John Romain. And it's not clear for aeros. Thank you, folks. PR-11 was one of a series of Spitfires designed for long-range photo reconnaissance, unarmed, unafraid, and in harm's way. The ultimate development of that was the Griffin-powered Mark 19. Today, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight flies Mark 19s, and so does Rolls-Royce. Lee Proudfoot flying the Mark 11. Mark 9 MH434 has an incredible heritage behind it. It's never been fully rebuilt. It is completely original. As such, a precious time capsule. As our Spitfires hightail it back to Duxford, I declare a break in the flying for about 10 minutes, and then we will resume in fine style.
Well, hi everyone. If you've tuned in recently and me appearing on screen doesn't make much sense, hello, I'm Ian. I'm behind camera one, the telephoto camera, so you can scream and shout at me if I've messed up any of the tight-in shots of the beautiful cap display and the Spitfires we've just seen recently. Got a Harvard taking off now, which I'm hoping, well, Adam's putting sun cream on. Harvard departing home, no doubt. And we'll have the slightly less noisy Turbulent team taking off in a moment. My favourite display team on circuit. If you're not familiar with the Turbulent display team, it's really fun for very light aircraft, VW vehicle engines, and a bit of flower bombing, bit of limbo under a piece of string strung across the runway and some balloon popping as well. So if you've got young ones in the house, get them watching the Turbulent team in just a few minutes' time. I'm hoping my little ones who are in the crowd here are going to be watching it. Thank you for tuning in. If you're enjoying what we're seeing, do give it a thumbs up, give it a like, and do subscribe to the channel. It keeps me encouraged to. Someone's handing me a bit of paper. Excuse me. You want the commentator, mate? Downstairs.
Downstairs, is it?
I've just been handed a note. I could tell you, ladies and gents, that there's a Peugeot with its lights on in the car park, but I don't suppose any of you are going to be able to help that situation. I must look like an airshow commentator. Yes, thank you for tuning in. I was just saying, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, do give it a like. Subscribe to the channel. You can also become a channel member, which helps encourage me to come out and do more of these free-to-view streams on YouTube. Who's in the chat? I've seen loads of people. Thank you, Chris, for tuning in and helping us make sure the chat is looking good. Yeah, it's talking about entrance fee and all sorts. You can leave super chats on there as well. I'll do my very best to keep an eye out for those and give you a big shout out if you felt that like we deserved such an extravagance. If you really like what we're doing, oh bless you, Kevin's saying, are you doing Shuttleworth? No, I'm not. Sadly, I'd love to do it one day. I'd love to do a Shuttleworth show. And Rakitsoon saying, good work, dude. I'm going to take that as a direct compliment to my my work this weekend. Could be talking to anyone. Thank you, Rakitsoon. Ian, come say hello to us all. I have done. Hello, Kevin, to you directly. And talking about, what are you talking about? Kermit Weeks restoring Typhoon. Yeah, Tempest on the cards as well. Red Toyota, left your lights on. Sounds like that message got to where it needed to be eventually. Yes, Turb team coming up very shortly. They're all lined up on the grass runway over there. As I say, if you've got little ones in the house and you think they're not that interested in what you're watching, get them watching the next one. It is good fun. It's a challenging one to portray on video for us, but we'll do our very best. You know, the balloon's going up. Is he going to get it? Isn't he? It's a lovely little bit of fun at Jeopardy that is well worth watching, especially for young ones. Really good crowd here, and as you'll have noticed over the last couple of displays, it started to brighten up. We had a really overcast start with spells of rain coming through, but this sunshine and this sky, if you've watched my shows before, you'll hear me go on about how much more rewarding it is as a camera operator to shoot in conditions like this, where you've got a bit of contrast in the sky. So the sense of the speed with the 3 Spitfires displaying there and the light on the aircraft, bringing out the colours of those 3 distinct colour schemes on the aircraft. I'll stop nerding out about how nice I think the video looks now, and but yeah, it makes a big difference to us, and I hope that's coming across for you at home. And wasn't Christoph's display beautiful? The Cap 10 display, having to remove the PA during that period because we can't air the music, but hopefully not detracting too much from a really nice sequence. Challenging one to film on the telephoto camera, I'll be honest. I'd love a little bit more drag on this tripod. It's a little bit old and probably needs a bit of a service, to be honest. Certainly in the tilt axis, I've got a little. I don't have quite enough resistance that I would normally go for. That's enough of me making excuses. Hopefully you still got the sense of what Christoph's display in the Cap 10 was all about. It was superb. Gemma, I hope you're doing Duxford tomorrow, Gemma. Lovely to see you in the chat. I'm not, no. This is me on holiday, believe it or not. So I am on holiday in Norfolk. This is an hour down the road. Can't resist it. The Duxford show, that one actually moved dates, and I didn't spot it early enough to rearrange my my life around it, so I'm not doing Duxford tomorrow. Future streams, I've got a couple of weeks to go, 2 weeks to go or 3 weeks to go until the World Women's Gliding Championships, which I do expect to do a stream at on the Sunday, I'm hoping. Then we have, what else do we have? We've got a busy September. So we're expecting to do Jersey, the Duxford Battle of Britain Airshow, where they are talking about double-digit Spitfires. There's the Turb team going off. Ah, so much fun. Yeah, get the kids watching this one. It is good fun. So Duxford September, lots of Spitfires, lots, double digit easily. And lots of Hurricanes as well. So that show in September, about the 9th, 10th of September, which is coming around quick, isn't it? That will go out on our on-demand service, our streaming service, that you'll be bored of me talking about at watch.planestv.com. But perhaps you're already a subscriber and you enjoyed our coverage of SS2 a couple of weeks ago, and maybe our back catalogue of airshow action stretching back 30 years. But if you're not a subscriber, do head over there and take a look, give it a try. It's £10 a month, and yeah, gives you access to all sorts of stuff. Some good winter viewing in the off-season. Right, I'll probably shut up and let Ken take us through what is my favourite formation display team, the Turb team. As I say, flower bombing coming up, balloon popping, bit of limbo action, and they've even got some pretty good conditions for it, if a little blustery, so that will make things interesting for all of us. But enjoy this, the Turbulent display team.
These were built under licence by Rollison in the former Croydon Airport, and have been serving the Tiger Club for many a long year. As they form up, start their display. Our pilot leader, Richard Meredith, Dave Brothers, Andrew Monk, and Alex Rainier. And you'll be seeing Alex later on again today. Now, in the many years I commentated on this team, they've told me that they would bring along aeroplanes of different colour schemes so I would know which pilot is in which aeroplane. This was a word trap that I fell into very early on, and they specialise in changing their aircraft, I think, just to befuddle me, which doesn't take a lot of effort. Now, Debs was explaining earlier about formation flying. So everybody here is following Richard in the lead and producing a very neat diamond in the sky. Now in line astern. cameras ready. Break. Now I'm compelled to look at the runway where somebody impudently is attempting to assemble a washing line. I'm sure with the weather conditions as they are, at least for the moment, it will dry that washing quite considerably. By the looks of it, they're all smalls. But it seems to have attracted the Turb team's attention. So keep your eye on this team. They're obviously, I want to see what's going on as they come in from both ends, left and right. Oh, they're certainly intrigued. So they're playing follow the leader from the right. I wonder if that washing's dry yet. Do you know, I think they're tempted. Yes! And again. The triple. And are we going to make it 4? Yes, we are. Not content with one try, they're around again. Oh, 4 faults for a refusal. And again. And that washing is well and truly dry. Now, not only have we had somebody putting up a washing line, we appear to have somebody building a house out there. That's got to infringe planning permission. And the Turbs are very interested in making their case against that house. Good grief. Fear not, folks. The bombs they are dropping are flower bombs. And I know what you're thinking. What sort of flower? Well, it's obvious. It's plain flower. And they're coming back round, getting their eye in. Is that going to be close? And another one. Perhaps we need laser guided flower. Now, we saw earlier the Royal Air Force Falcons parachute display team using balloons to work out wind speed and direction. But I can assure you the balloons that are going up now are nothing to do with our friends from the Falcons. But these little balloons do seem to be tempting our pilots. Oh, yes! Now that takes some doing. Diving towards his target. Yes, another one. And yes, they do deserve that ripple of applause. Thank you. And still, the balloons come. They're doing well. That's 3 by my count. Now, the Turbulent team being ever such friendly people and having open cockpits, they're going to come around for a final pass, and being total gentlemen, they're going to wave to you. And we'd like the wonderful Old Buckenham crowd to wave back. Ladies and gentlemen, streaming in front of you, the Tiger Club Turbulent team at the end of an incredible sequence. Richard Meredith, Dave Brothers, Andrew Monk and Alex Renier, and you'll be seeing Alex later. And put your hands together for the ground crew holding that washing line cannot be easy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next routine is far from routine. It's galvanized audiences before now. 2 aeroplanes will fly in front of you in close coupled aerobatics. One of them doesn't have a pilot. Well, of course it does. Its pilot stays firmly on the ground. It's a radio-controlled example. I refuse to call it a model. It's a 40% version. 40% of the Extra 300 that Chris Burkett is piloting. On the ground, Mike Williams is getting ready to launch his Czech-built Krill aircraft 40% extra. It has an incredible power-to-weight ratio of 2.5 to 1, and that means, well, I won't tell you what it means. We will show you later what it's capable of doing. 175cc flat twin petrol engine. What you're about to see, we call me and mini-me, or anything you can do, I can do better. Others have called it size doesn't matter, but I don't understand that one. So as the Turb team clear the runway, a Feistless Storch is getting airborne. You'll be seeing that later on. Up on nothing. So Chris Burkett carrying out his final checks. Down on the ground, Mike Williams got his 175cc flat twin engine ready to roll, checking his radio control. So I suppose what you're about to see is 1.4 extras. Chris Burkett takes the brakes off and he's rolling. Extra 300S. And his miniature is following and overtaking. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on these two. Chris is piloting the full scale. Mike on the ground is using his thumb and his hand to control the 40%er. Look at that! Kick round, down they come. And they roll. Mike's got cameras on the 40%er, so he can see a lot more about what's going on, but all the time he's got to think about being inside that aeroplane. As they hang, kick the rudder, and come back down. Perfectly synchronized roll. No, I'm the first to admit that when commentating on this act, there are times when I can't work out which is which. As they fall back through their own smoke. And hesitation roll. rolling vertically. Chris in his office in the sky, Mike in his office on the runway. Now keep your eye on the 40%er. As we come round for an opposition manoeuvre. Brilliant. Now, here's Mike with his party piece. Now look at that. Anything you can do, he can do better. Chris, you try doing that one. As he knife edges past. I had the honor of being the commentator on this team's debut, and I innocently asked Mike and Chris, how did all this start? Perhaps in a pub, over a pint, and the two of them looked at me and nodded enthusiastically. Here goes the break. So Mike takes center stage as Chris climbs for height. Chris puts on the smoke and builds the energy. So Mike tail chases the 40%er, to join up with Chris. Ladies and gentlemen, as Chris and Mike tail chase to form up, this is their last pass. Give them a wave, put your hands together for a spectacular piece of flying. Chris Burkett, Mike Williams. Mike back on the ground with his fabulous 40% extra 300. Brilliantly done. And Chris down in the 100%er. Amazing, I'm sure you'll agree. Now, with family and friends that have not seen that act, tonight if you talk to them, you'll find it very difficult to explain what you've just seen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the 12th of April 1945. The dash for Berlin is gaining in intensity. In 3 days, the Russians would take the city and they'd be fighting in the streets. And below, in the Führer bunker, the Third Reich is nearing the end. But the war goes on. A solitary Feisler FI-156 Storch observation aeroplane is still doing what it's supposed to do, its duty. It's looking for where American tanks and artillery are. Now, if it can get word back to what it finds, it can inflict serious damage on American troops. On the ground, 40 miles west of Berlin, with the 71st Armoured Field Battalion, 5th Armoured Division, is an L4 Cub pilot, and he's miffed because there's a Feisler Storch in the air. He's First Lieutenant Dwayne Francis, and his little cub taking off in front of you is appropriately called Miss Me. After the war, he became a medical student and a doctor, but at the moment his dander is up. He's after that enemy. Problem: the Cub is an observation aircraft and it's not armed. All he's got is his sidearm, a Colt 45 automatic. He's annoyed. He wants to do something about this impudent German. How does he do it? How is he going to get a bead on that big observation aeroplane? Well, in the Cub, he can lower the access door and put up the glazing at the side of his cockpit, giving him the ability to shoot. But he's got to make sure he doesn't touch himself or those struts on that wing. But if he gets the right place. But how does he hit that Fieseler Storch? Most of the aeroplane will take small arms fire with no problem. He's got to go for its Argus engine or its pilot. It's not easy. Now quickly, as they come round, for those of you that already spotted in the audience, this is a 75% kit plane based on the Fieseler Storch, but it certainly plays the part. So, can he get him? The Storch pilot is playing with Dwayne. Flying evasively. Dwayne's annoyed. No, not close enough. That Colt 45 needs to be closer still. Dwayne, you've got to outfly this thing and get close. You've got to have it so that you can put your arm, your right arm out of the window, out of the open space at the side of your cockpit while you're holding onto the stick and let rip. The Storch has got a radio on board. It's seen the 71st Armoured Field Battalion's armoured cars, and it's seen their tanks. Can he get them? This is a big ask. Storch pilot is doing all he can to avoid this. Dwayne's getting close, but that big wing on top of him hides the target. Now this is getting better. He's getting into a better position. Yes, go on, I think you're in a good point now. It was already a bad day for the Storch pilot, having been asked to do a perilous sortie over the American tanks. Now there's a Cub on his tail firing at him. And it looks like he's got him. He needs finishing off. That big Argus engine has been holed. Our German pilot is in trouble. Dwayne doesn't appreciate this yet, but what he's just achieved is the last ever shoot down of an enemy aeroplane in World War II in the European theatre. Leaking oil, trailing smoke, the Storch is looking for somewhere to put down. it can land on a postage stamp. But he has a big damaged engine in front of him. It's not easy. Dwayne's circling. He can't believe his luck. He's shot down an enemy aeroplane. He's coming back over to celebrate his victory. Cubs during the war were a prized target of the Luftwaffe. Luftwaffe fighter pilots were told a case of brandy would be given to them for every Cub they shot down. They were not easy to shoot down. Slow speed, highly maneuverable. So, our forlorn German pilot in his Fiesler Storch is taxiing in what remains of his engine. And Dwayne's dropping in as well because he wants to meet his victim. And there's a reception committee for our pilot, for our German pilot, as Dwayne taxis in. Still can't believe what he's achieved. Couple of GIs out to our German pilot to make sure that for him, in a typical film cliche, for you, the war is over. And as our pilot surrenders, if you look out to the west, in comes our next beautiful, beautiful aeroplane. This is the consolidated Catalina, missed pickup, down on the ground. I think, Dwayne, our pilot, wants, I think, a selfie with his victim. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Catalina salutes the last shoot-down in Europe of World War II, put your hands together for Tony Benkowski and Sam Watmo. Brilliant stuff, lads. Now the Catalina, developed by the Consolidated Aircraft Corporation, the same people that designed and built the B-24 Liberators that flew out of here with the 453rd Bomb Group. This machine is operated by a company called Plain Sailing and is based at Duxford. Stabilizing floats on the end of the wing down, landing lights on. Clearly see the plexiglass observation blisters on the mid-fuselage. This aeroplane was intended for long-range anti-submarine patrol and search and rescue. Initially developed as a pure flying boat, but as in this one, Also, there's an amphibian with retractable tricycle undercarriage. Now, why is this machine the shape it is? A big, high aspect ratio wings known as the Davis wing, similar concept to employed on the B-24 Liberator. Flying boat, when it's down on the water, you have to get the engines as far away from the water, which is salt, of course, as possible. Now, there are a couple of ways you can do this. You can make a very, very deep fuselage, like Royal Air Force Coastal Command's short Sunderlands, or, in this way, you loft the wing high by putting it on a pylon above a boat-shaped fuselage. This machine is a PBY-5A. It's built by Canadian Vickers in Quebec. It was ordered for the Royal Canadian Air Force, and post-war served as a firebomber with the Canadians and later with the French, and then back in Canada. And we've seen terrible scenes recently where modern-day firebombers are suppressing fires in Spain, in France, and in California. Tucking away the main wheels there. Miss Pickup came to the UK, based at Duxford in 2004. It flies in the colours of an Air Sea Rescue machine based at Halesworth, the 5th Emergency Rescue Squadron. The original machine was lost in the North Sea during a gallant attempt to rescue a P-51 Mustang pilot. The Catalina found it couldn't get off the rough North Sea, and then, to add injury to frustration, it was shot up and sunk by a Messerschmitt 262 twin jet. So suddenly the rescuers became, and the rescued needed rescuing, and they were taken on board successfully by the Great Yarmouth lifeboat. Now, in the autumn of 2020, Miss Pickup was doing some work on Loch Ness, and she too was unable to take off and was rescued by the Loch Ness RNLI and brought to a safe haven beside the loch. There, an engine change was needed, and this was carried out over several weeks. And the owners of the Catalina would like to thank everyone who were involved in the assistance that got this beautiful machine back flying again after its unfortunate problem at Loch Ness. You can support this aeroplane by taking a look at catalina.org.uk and see how you can help keep this beauty in the air. And the Catalina's turning now for a final pass, and another Old Buckenham wave and a clap, please. Superb aeroplane. Fantastic. Meanwhile, circling to the west is an aeroplane with a call sign Anarchy 1. It's piloted by Flight Lieutenant Adam O'Hare. He's the qualified flying instructor from 29 Squadron at Coningsby in Lincolnshire. He's seen service with Typhoons on active operations over Iraq and Syria, and 2 stints on patrol with 1435 flight in the Falklands. He became a Typhoon QFI a year ago, and he is this year's Royal Air Force Typhoon FGR-4 display pilot, and very shortly he's going to be amongst us. Remember what I said, folks? It's fast, and it's loud, and it's lovely. Pair of Eurojet EJ200 turbofans, 40,000 pounds worth of thrust on reheat. That's roughly the power of 24 Spitfires. Typhoon is produced by Eurofighter, a consortium of Britain, Germany, Italy and Spain. It's fully fly-by-wire, and it is the envy of the world. Cutting edge, still in production, entered service with the Royal Air Force in 2003. First run should be close to 700 miles per hour. Flight Lieutenant Adam O'Hare and Anarchy 1 are running in now from the west. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, feel the noise. G turn. He can take this because he has a full body suit and pressure breathing. The livery you'll see is called Fly the Flag, and this machine was one of those honouring our Queen over Buckingham Palace for the Jubilee. Lighting the torches, afterburning, igniting fuel in the hot gases of the EJ200. I don't give out many stats during my commentary, but rate of roll, phenomenal. Rate of climb, phenomenal. Agility, phenomenal. Now this is called high angle of attack. The actuators and computer control on the aeroplane mean that it can do things that no other can. water vapour condensing over the wings. It's one way of drying out the atmosphere. Now this is a dirty roll, undercarriage down. That's what I call a departure. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Flight Lieutenant Adam O'Hare. We'll tell him you're clapping. Now folks, all part of the Old Buckenham treatment. While you've been watching that exceptional display, we have tested each and every one of your car alarms, and they're all working wonderfully. I'm declaring another break. We have 10 minutes now, and we'll be back to you. Wasn't that terrific?
Hello everyone, good afternoon, welcome, and if you've just tuned in, I hope you caught Blackjack. That was quite a show, wasn't it? Some challenging conditions in a way, quite low cloud, and we just missed the bit nice sunny spell there, but enough cloud, enough contrast in the sky to give you hopefully a bit of a sense of the speed involved and the reheat standing out on that black sky, weren't they? And Nick Horton there saying great livery. Yeah, it really does pop against that dark sky. Nice to have had a bit of sun on it, wouldn't it? But we can't have everything. And someone else, as soon as I opened it up, I saw said great cram work. Nick Horton as well. Okay, thank you, Nick. Very generous of you. Certainly trying our best. A little bit difficult with the wind as well to contend with, which has now swung round to a northerly. So nervously glance over my shoulder to see if there are any showers on the way. It's not looking all right at the moment, but if we do get showers, it means the rain will be hitting the lens, which would be a bit of a shame. Well done, Ian, the team. That was incredible footage of the Typhoon. Good light and great shots of the Vapour. Well done, Adam O'Hare. A superb display. Also, says James, quite right, echo your sentiment about Adam's display there. It's a really nice routine. It does benefit from a higher cloud base, but it's quite nice seeing it in a sort of gloomy environment like that with the reheats popping and, as Nick said, the colour scheme standing out nicely as well. I did also see my old man is at home and joined the chat. Adrian there, hello Dad. He says, I remember hunters doing supersonic booms regularly over Bridleton Bay in the 1950s. Not the first time I've heard him recount that one. Must have been quite a sight and sound, that one. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen anything go supersonic. Don't think I have. Maybe a wingtip of a Harvard prop. That doesn't count, hey. Maybe a bucket list item, that one. But thank you all for tuning in. Do stick around, we've got some really nice flying displays left. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Certainly the last display, a very, very nice Spitfire finale yesterday. Not an aerobatic Spitfire routine, but a really dynamic one. And it's really worth sticking around for if you appreciate a well-flown Spitfire routine. Do stick around for that one. And I'm trying to think, we've got the Staggerwing as well. We've had the Harvards. Spitfire and Bouchon as well, so another Spitfire tussling with the Bouchon. It's more of a locked-in display, that one, with Paul Bonham and Steve Jones flying as they do in a really nice fashion. Another Duxford aircraft, the Lysander, beautiful sounding liaison aircraft. Hurricanes, I can see Clive Denny now walking out to the Hurricane, and I suspect it's just going to be one, because that's the only one that's been fueled up and the other one's got the covers on. But there are two Hurricanes over my shoulder, as you've no doubt seen through the live broadcast. Of course, the real historic item here, a first for Old Buckenham, and first for Old Buckenham, the electric aircraft displaying in the flying display. What a wonderful thing. And there is a charging point on site for electric aircraft. A real innovative, the Nuncats thing in the corner, which we did a feature on last year. Solar powered, battery bank, charges up by solar power. The idea being it could sit in a rural location somewhere and be a resource for a electric aircraft to use. Out in the African outback, if you want to call it that. That's the idea over there. So separate to that, the Pipistrel electric aircraft. What a thing to see at an air show, fantastic. Para Davis says he spent more time with you this weekend than the missus. Para, is nothing new there by the look of things. Always seeing you in the chat. It's lovely to see you there. Have you got a run in this weekend? Para Dave took us on a run last weekend at during the Duxford stream. Good time too. Well done. RAF English Electric Lightning display team set many a car alarm off back in the day. Do you know what? That Typhoon didn't set too many off. I'm wondering whether car alarm technology has changed somewhat to a point where it doesn't go off for the same reasons that it used to, perhaps. Well, there's something on my truck that will go off at the drop of a hat, I'll tell you now. And Blackjack now pinging over the wash. I suppose that's the direct line home to Coningsby. Not too far for Adam to fly, as we know. Ian, next air show, give us a lift. I'm in Barnstable, no transport. I'll tell you what, Stephen Parkin, if you bring in here, Lysander coming in, I think. Right, Lysander coming in. I'll get back to you, Stephen, on that, on me offering you a trip to an air show. We'll come back to that later. Time for a Lysander. Oh, great. Got no one mixing the show.
Take a look at that exceptional wing, which is mounted on a pylon in the middle of the cockpit. Pilot in front, gunner and other passengers, which I'll talk about shortly, behind. Lovely sounds of Bristol Mercury radial. The aeroplane was designed to replace the Hawker Audax biplane, and the first prototype flew in 1936. The designer of this aeroplane was William Edward Willoughby Petter. He went on to design the Whirlwind fighter of World War II, and then the incredible English Electric Canberra twin-engine bomber. And he finished off his repertoire with the Foal and Gnat bantamweight fighter and trainer. That big fixed spatted undercarriage carries very large wheels to help it on grass strips, and above the wheels on each side is mounted a machine gun. And take a look as it comes past now. You'll see miniature wings sprouting out of that undercarriage. They are light bomb carriers. This machine was built in 1939 and in 2018 flew again after a painstaking restoration at the hands of the Aircraft Restoration Company at Duxford. It's one of two flying in the United Kingdom. The other is with the Shuttleworth Collection at Old Warden in Bedfordshire. It was later in the war that Lysanders gained great fame, albeit secretly at the time. They were used by special duty squadrons based at Thamesford in Bedfordshire and their forward operating base at Tangmere in Sussex for dropping and collecting agents deep into France who would be working, training the resistance and undertaking clandestine work for the OSS. Painted all black, their pilots would find a small field in rural France lit by petrol cans in an L shape as the resistance below laid out a runway, and they would land not knowing whether there were French resistance fighters down there or the Wehrmacht. Keeping the engine running, they're Joes. The agents were always called Joes, no matter whether they were male or female, would climb down a ladder and be taken away to their new and perilous missions, and some would come back on the Lysander, all done in the dark. And another book I recommend to you by a Lysander pilot, the late great Hugh Verity, We Landed by Moonlight. The delicate-looking wing is festooned with leading-edge flaps, barn door-like flaps on the trailing edge, all to give it the ability to land on a postage stamp. Ladies and gentlemen, a rarity in air display, fabulous machine. I give you the Western Lysander Mark III and its pilot, John Gowdy. Now, yesterday, Matt Wilkins, our hard-working event organizer, pulled off a world coup. He's still doing it. We've beaten every airshow on Earth, especially the big ones. Farnborough, Fairford, Oshkosh, eat your heart out. Thanks to Nebo Air and Nuncats here at Old Buckenham, we are showing you the future of aviation. The call sign of this aeroplane is Sparky, and if I remember rightly, he was the battery boy from way back in time. This is a completely electric-powered aeroplane, and it is our absolute future. Nebo Air, we'd like to thank especially Kerry, Sergey, Celeste, and in big block letters, Adam Hammett. We're making airshow and aviation history in front of you. Last year here at Old Buckenham, Nuncats exhibited, and it's still up there. You can go and look at it. The first publicly available charger in the UK and the 4th in the world. It's solar powered exclusively. It is not connected to anything. It's a very clever system. It recently charged one of the type of airplane you're seeing today, the Velis Electro, using direct sunlight to from the panels, not needing a battery bank at all. These aircraft can fly on sunlight. Nuncats' Research and Development Manufacturing Centre is now open on the far side of our airfield, and they're developing the Sky Jeep, the world's first solar recharged aircraft intended for humanitarian work all over the globe. The first Sky Jeep will fly in September this year. And as the Turb team get up, Nuncats are looking for backers if you're interested in this fantastic project. Now up at the electric flight end of the airfield, you can join in the effort and complete the first prototype of the electric Sky Jeep, make it ready for flight in September. There's still a few rivets to pull. Come and pull your rivet, sign it, and be part of history. And while you're at it, they're looking for sponsors. And they end that note with a glorious smiley. The Velis Electro, which has just taken off, is the exact opposite of the Typhoon. It hardly makes a sound. Manufactured in Slovenia, it is the first European Aviation Safety Agency entirely electric propulsion type certificated light aircraft in the world. Earlier this year, the Royal Air Force were continuing trials and evaluations on 2 of these machines at Cramwell in Lincolnshire, and indeed the Velis Electro that is in static on the East End is one of those. And also BAE Systems at Warton in Lancashire are promoting the use of this aeroplane in defence and the security market, including the electric-powered version you see before you. Now, Nebo Air are promoting this incredible aeroplane, the Pipistrel Velis Electro, and they're promoting it as a sustainable zero-emission aircraft. They're building an increasing number of recharge points across the United Kingdom. That's direct into the mains recharge points. They're undertaking training and importing this exceptional aeroplane. This is the future of aviation. No other airshow anywhere on the planet has done this before us. Piloting the aeroplane today is Alex Rainier. You saw him earlier with the Turbulent team. He made his first display at Old Buckenham in July last year. Passionate on aviation since he was a young boy. He joined the Tiger Club in 2017 to gain tailwheel experience, and he's now checked out on all of the club's aircraft. When he's not enjoying the Velis Electro, in 2019 he ferried a Boeing Stearman biplane to Saudi Arabia, a journey of 3,600 nautical miles. As battery and electric motor technology continues to refine itself and expand, the duration of these aeroplanes will continue to increase. And as recharge points around the UK continue to expand, cross-country flying is no problem. For aero clubs, flying clubs, these machines represent a major green step forward. Circuits and bumps, the inevitable start of a flying career, ideal in such an aeroplane. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed that world-beating view of the future. Alex Rainier in the Nebo operated Velis Electro. And as he runs through, the applause is louder than the aeroplane. And now we begin our Battle of Britain. Tribute. And rolling down the runway in readiness for his part of our tribute, Clive Denny in the Hurricane 12. ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the west, start of our Battle of Britain tribute, Spitfire Mark 8 and a Messerschmitt. And before there's a cue of commentary, the Messerschmitt is a 1950s built, license built machine from Hispano in Spain, and it's called the Bouchon. But it is a license built Messerschmitt 109, but as you'll find in a moment, it sounds exactly like the Spitfire. That's because it's also powered by Rolls-Royce Merlin. Now, if I mention our pilots' names, you'll get the idea of what you're about to see. Paul Bonhomme in the Spitfire and Steve Jones in the Messerschmitt. You know those names. For air racing, close coupled flying, and that's what you're going to see. As these two enjoy a tail chase. And for once, the tables are turned. The Messerschmitt has got the advantage on the Spitfire. It's a Mark 8 Spitfire. It was the first attempt to boost the performance, to confront the threat of the Focke-Wulf FW190. Oh, now the tables have turned. Paul's got Steve on the run. Now, is Paul going to get a bead on Steve? I would reckon that's fairly easy with that short distance. And he's got him. So the vanquished Messerschmitt looking for somewhere to put down. Well, Paul comes through to mark his victory. In the classic style. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Bonhomme and Steve Jones. That was incredible. Nigel Wilson getting airborne in the Beech Staggerwing. You'll see him shortly.
And on your knee.
Ladies and gentlemen, Clive Denny in the Hurricane Mark 12. Hurricanes outnumbered Spitfires 3-1 during the Battle of Britain in the summer of 1940. And they downed more Luftwaffe aeroplanes in that astounding conflict. Spitfire gets all the star billing, but you're looking at the workhorse of the battle. Sydney Cam's design was easier to produce than the Spitfire, and it also could take a lot more damage. As you saw earlier, it was Duxford that got the first deliveries of Spitfires in 1938, but by then the Hurricane was well versed in Royal Air Force service. The big, quite thick wing gave it the ability to house 8 0.303-inch guns. Giving it astounding firepower for its time. This machine is a Mark 12, built by Canadian Car and Foundry at Montreal, and converted into a Sea Hurricane. Hence it's a Mark 12. And restored by Hawker Restorations and first flew in the millennium year. It was snapped up by a collector in the States and came back to the UK in 2013. Carries the markings of a Mark 1 of 32 Squadron, carries the name Blue Peter. You may have seen on the news last week that down at Hawkinge in Kent, there's a fantastic sculpture of pilots at rest that was replicating a scene taken from 1940 at Hawkinge. And in the background is a replica of a 32 Squadron Hurricane. Clive exhibiting the Hurricane superbly, an aeroplane he's well acquainted with. Coming in from the east on his final pass, our tribute to the Battle of Britain. Clive Denny and Hawker Hurricane Mark 12. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the Beech Staggerwing is no stranger to Old Buckenham. In fact, pilot Clive Denny could go eeny, meeny, miny, mo and decide whether he's picking the yellow or the red one. Old Buckenham has 66% of the UK's Staggerwing population. Well, that would be 2 then. Now, this is a fabulous aeroplane, a discerning gentleman's aerial carriage. And circling behind us now, that fabulous biplane, the Beech Staggerwing. And we'll tell you why it's called a Staggerwing when you see it up close. Ladies and gentlemen, we're experiencing a slight problem in the car park. It's nothing of concern, but we're not letting people into the car park at the moment. I assure you this isn't a ploy to keep you here. We have a slight problem in the car park and we are not allowing people in there. Thank you for your cooperation. Meanwhile, Nigel Wilson coming through in a beach Staggerwing. Now, this machine is called high maintenance, and that's because it costs a bob or two to run. It's got 6 fuel tanks, and according to the owner, that's the most effective way of turning money into noise. It's got a 450 horsepower Pratt & Whitney Wasp Junior on the front, and in its day, it was the Cadillac of the skies. If you were a kicker and a mover, you had one of these, or you aspired after one. Walter Beach, the founder of the Beechcraft Corporation, he had the first one of these. The prototype appeared in 1934. And at the time, they were $8,700 each. Now, you might think that sounds tempting, but that was a crippling amount of money in depression days in the United States or anywhere else. While we're talking money, if you want a good one of these today, you're gonna have to be prepared to fork out £500,000 for one. And you're looking at a good example now. Now, biplanes, one wing on top, one on the bottom. Normally, the wings are either configured so that both wings are in parallel with one another, but with some, like the Tiger Moth, the classic Tiger Moth, the top wing is staggered forward. Now, if you take a look at the Beech Staggerwing in front of you, it gets its name because that top wing is unusually staggered backwards. In this case, that's to give the pilot an exceptional view. Also, another unusual feature, two more unusual features for a biplane. It has a big, deep, capacious fuselage that fills the gap between the two wings. And finally, very unusual for a biplane, it has retractable main undercarriage. Production of the Staggerwing finished in 1946, and there's 785 of them built. And as I've said, for collectors, they are very, very much hotly competed and much sought after. Now, Debs, you're back with me, and I hear that you're going to be dishing the dirt. That was the promise.
Lovely, thanks, Ken. Yeah, as Ken said, we've got Nigel flying here for us again this afternoon. If you remember from earlier, I said he got his PPL back in 1985, got his first DA in the late 80s, and he's been displaying this aircraft now, we worked out, for around 12 years. Doesn't time fly when you're having fun? Now, I was asked to dish the dirt on Nigel, so I thought, where do I start? What can I tell you? Had a look at the programme. Now, the programme says that Nigel's always seen dressed in pilot's attire. It does give us a bit of a laugh at Earlscombe when he goes out for a lesson in a Cessna dressed in his pilot suit, but that's normally because it's followed up with a Harvard flight. But that isn't quite true about Nigel, because an air display a long time ago at Elmsett Airfield, he was actually dressed up as a granny. He had a dress on, he had grey hair, he was swinging from a bottle of something, and he stole an aircraft. And that's a story for another day. Nigel's always been a bit unusual, likes to do different things. Way back in the early days of flying, he was very heavily involved in charity work, and he took a load of children's teddy bears flying for charity. So that's another unknown fact about him. Leading on from that, in 2007, we took a Pudsey bear everywhere with us where we went flying, and this bear ended up in all kinds of wonderful aircraft. And after that, we went into parachuting teddies. So here's Nigel, who looks a respected display pilot, who actually likes to dress in women's clothing and plays with teddy bears. Over to Ken.
You promised and you delivered. But he is, let's face it, an exceptional pilot. We will give him that. Even if he does throw teddy bears out of aeroplanes. Ladies and gentlemen, I just remind you again, we thank you for our cooperation. There is a problem within the car park. It is not of any concern, but we're not allowing people into the car park at the moment. Why would you want to go there anyway when there's an air display on? We thank you for your cooperation. Gear down. Nigel bringing the Staggerwing in. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're thanking you for your cooperation. There is a small problem being dealt with in the car park, and it is being dealt with, but for it to be dealt with correctly, we need you not to be in there. So please remain where you are. We thank you very, very much. You are an exceptional audience for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the east, we've given you not one, not two, not three, not four, not four. We are giving you 5 Spitfires. I give you the Suffolk Spitfire. We've had a Mark 1, we've had a Mark 9, we've had a Mark 11, we've had a Mark 8, and this is a Mark 16. Now, Mark 16 is the equivalent of a Mark 9, but with an American Packard-built Rolls-Royce Merlin 66 or 266 powering it. And you'll notice it's got American markings. As they entered the war, the Americans were desperate for fighter types, and they got style and they got choice, and they went for Spitfire 5s. And this machine is in the colours of the 309th Fighter Squadron, the first group to commence ops with the American 8th Air Force using Mark 5s in 1942, 80 years ago. This group very quickly departed to the 12th Air Force in Malta at the end of the year. Now, our pilot, George Hay, is also the owner of this aeroplane. He's always been interested in flying. He sold his company fairly recently and started looking for something to occupy him following the sale. His wife said he should go and find something distinctive that he should get involved in. I'd love to have been listening in on the phone call when he said, I bought a Spitfire. And I'm sure she was thinking they were talking about the four-wheeled British sports car. But no, he bought himself all of this. A beautiful, beautiful Mark 16. George says George recently had his display authorization on the Type, and he says he's loving exploring the aeroplane. He says that he's taking his time to learn the full envelope, and I applaud him for that. And he's as proud as punch to be the owner of an icon. So, George Hay, a very proud owner-driver, bringing his superb Spitfire 16 round for his last pass. You know the drill, everybody. Wave and clap. Our 5th Spitfire of the day, the Suffolk Spitfire. And he's waving back at you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we must continue to ask for your patience and your cooperation. There is a safety issue in the car park. The emergency services are handling the situation. What we can't have is you going back into the car park. There is no need for any of you to be concerned, but we require you to stay where you are, or mill around and buy things and go and see Fiona, who will be singing out by the blister hangar, but do not go to the car park. I know that that can be a worry for some as they join the Le Mans type start to get out of an event. We are relying on your good nature and your cooperation, because we need you away from that car park. You are
Thank you everybody for tuning in to this Plains TV live broadcast. If you've enjoyed it, please do subscribe, please give the video a like and share it to any aviation minded friends or family that you think might enjoy it. We'll be live again very soon. As I say, do subscribe to the channel, but also join the email newsletter. There's a link to that in the description below. Those come from me. I'm Ian, I run Plains TV, occasionally point cameras at aeroplanes, occasionally stand in front of them talking gibberish to you. I send an email out now and then. I didn't manage it this week, as I say, I'm on holiday. You'd think I could have squeezed in an email, forgive me for not doing that, but I sort of rely on the fact that everyone's subscribed on YouTube, and if you're minded to watch something on YouTube, you'll find me. Yeah, I do on a good week get one email out a week on a Friday usually, just to keep you updated with what's going on. So thank you for tuning in. What a fabulous day it's been. We even got a little bit of sunshine in the middle there, didn't we? Christoph in the cap catching some really nice sun, as he did yesterday. Typhoon in some dark skies. What was there was one display that caught the sun really nicely today. I think it may have been the 3 shipper Spitfires. Yes, looking really nice. So yeah, I'm thrilled with all of that stuff. And Turb team as well. I haven't had a chat with my youngsters, who are both on site, and they've just walked back from the fairground with a load of tat, let's say, but they look like they've had a good day, but I'm hoping they watch the Turb team. And what's everyone saying in the chat? The chat's always been really great. Stephen Parkin, who I think you're Barnstable based, Stephen, and want to lift to an air show. Hey, you never know. You bring the pasties, I'll do the driving. Yeah, keep in touch, you never know. It depends where you are in Barnstable. If I can come for a surf, let me know. What a lovely final display as well. I said earlier, if you'd like to see a well-flown Spitfire display, non-aerobatic, second display, I think, second public display ever, I think. A second show, third display, Adam tells me in my ear, because we had yesterday and we've had Duxford last week. But what a great aircraft, what a great display. Hope you enjoyed. I hope you thought sticking around for the end was enjoyable. Adam's talking in my ear, which is sometimes useful, sometimes annoying. Right now it's useful because it allows me to link to that aircraft being on static display at Air Tattoo, the Royal International Air Tattoo, that we live broadcast pretty well every arrival, pretty well every rehearsal, and all of the weekends flying as well on our on-demand service. Well, arrivals and departures were on YouTube, but over the weekend, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, we had big long 10-hour streams of the flying display. Closer to 8.5 hours, I suppose, but it was long enough, I tell you. But they're really entertaining streams, and you can watch those back on our on-demand service, the streaming service at watch.plainstv.com. That's the way I pay the bills. So if you love what we do sign up there, and thank you if you're a subscriber, because you do support these free-to-view streams as well. They make it a little bit easier for me to say, do you know what? Yes, we will go buy a hotel and drag Adam up here to produce a half-decent live broadcast for you, I hope. I'm sort of minded to do these shows on my own, but it really isn't very much fun trying to do one all on your own. I see some thank yous. How long are you going to be detained for? Says Earl Grey. Well, I hope not to be detained at all. But I know what you're talking about. Not long, I don't think. People milling around, no problems. And Graham saying, just a fabulous air show. Thank you, Ian and Plains TV. And you, Christina. Chris, thank you so much for moderating the chat as ever. Stuck with us all weekend, so thank you so much. It really does make a difference. They're a calm bunch usually, aren't they, in the chat? But yeah, really helpful to have that third set of eyeballs on the chat. Keep making sure everything's nice for everybody else to join in and join in the conversation. Thank you so much for the stream as always, says Alex. Cheers Ian and Christina for the coverage, says Hendon. I'll bring the pasties. Devon ones, says Stephen Parkin, the finest in the land, of course. And thanks for the great show, says Robert Saunders. You can, if you like, I mean, I'll give everyone a shout out, but you can leave a super chat if you really enjoyed the day. That little donation again encourages me to do stuff free to view rather than on the streaming service. Although, you know, it's a mix of both. We enjoy doing these free ones because it's fun seeing a big old audience. Beaver heading home. He'll get home quicker than the rest of us. I'm about to drag cameraman Adam to a, well, actually wife's about to drag Adam to a train station, hopefully, in time for a train on the strike weekend, so it's all a bit interesting for us this weekend. And then we'll drag this trailer off site very shortly, and yeah, a couple of weeks before our next stream. But as I say, email newsletter, subscribe to the channel, we'll keep you posted. Dennis Mason says us Brits love a mystery. I'm assuming we're not talking about Agatha Christie, but if it's not birds cheeping in the car park, it's antics. I tell you what, we haven't got birds tweeting this weekend. If anyone tuned into the Saturday live stream from Airsat here, we had a tweeting bird next to our microphones for a good hour and a half. That was annoying. I had an email saying, I liked the stream, but the bird scarer was a little bit, you know, what's the word? Distracting during the live broadcast. I was like, it's not a bird scarer, it's an actual bird sat next to my microphone that was airside and I couldn't get to it. Short of starting to throw things at it, I was out of ideas. And Psychedelic Time Traveller gives us a thumbs up and a cheers. Looking forward to a couple of beers later, definitely. It's been a long weekend actually, it's been a long few weeks for us. We did 7 days at Air Tattoo, a couple of days shifting kit around after that, flying display at Duxford, up and down the country with the trailer. For yes, a couple of days holiday, but straight here to live broadcast a couple of days as well. It's all hard work. We're looking forward to a little bit of a break now prior to our next stream, then a really busy September. If you're interested in what we have coming up, we have the big one, which is the Duxford Battle of Britain Airshow, 9th and 10th of September. That will go out on the streaming service mentioned earlier. Join us for that. That's going to be a really great show. Prior to that week, we have Jersey. We're expecting to be out there. NATO Days will be the weekend after Duxford. We're there for 7 days covering the event for the organisers, but we'll be involved with an English language live stream from that big NATO show out in the Czech Republic. And if you're following current events, that's quite a thing to be involved with at the moment. So we're looking forward to what will be, you know, a coming together of NATO air assets and ground forces as well on display, and others besides actually. So yeah, quite a spectacle. And Duxford in October is also going to be quite a show. Are the team public knowledge, Adam? Do you know? Okay, there is a team that have self-announced that they're going to be the Dogs for October show, which is going to make it quite a thing. So that will go out probably on YouTube. Cessna going up. Yeah, everyone's saying goodbye in the comments. It's so lovely to see so many of you. Thank you for sticking around with us all day. I hope you've enjoyed it, and do subscribe, give the video a like, and that important one, join the email newsletter. As I say, it's emails that come out from me once a week if I manage to find the time. Thanks for tuning in, and wish us luck getting off site. Cheers everybody, see you again soon. Bye bye.
I'm providing you more information that you can now move. I will do that in a staggered way. You are a fabulous audience.